Your microphone is a bit fucked, my guy. No, that's zero talking. Now you're perfect again. Thank you.
Is that, as you can see, all three scenarios do somewhat, not somewhat, but they absolutely do at least touch 60-25. So scenario one's coming down, touching 60-25, ending up on the high day. Scenario two is coming up to 1550, trading at that level, coming back down, even passing the 78, and then bouncing off 60-25, and then basically ending up unchanged from, for the day. Scenario three is just coming down, rotating the hell out of that 60-25. It's going to be a fight within that area, and then finishing off at 39.21, which is going to be an extreme for the day. You do not want to be selling anything below 35s at all. As far as structure wise, that was an insane rally. I don't necessarily want to buy up here unless you're buying it for shorter term, gains. But at the same time, I'm not really enthusiastic about, selling it either. There's a lot of, so if you look at like the bonds are rallying hard, which is actually dragging everything else up as well. And it's not just the 30-year, it's a 10-year as well. So there's a lot of that going on that is really pulling up the equities, as we speak. So if you're looking for a short, you're not, for the day at least, you're not really looking at the dollar index. You're looking at the bonds to see it holding and or failing to the downside before you take a short. A hold is good enough for a possible sell, as long as it puts in some sort of price action, some sort of thing that you're looking for. It can't just simply, just sit like in here and you think that it's going to be a short. Like it has to put in some kind of price action signal for you. Doesn't have to be drastic, whichever time frame you're looking at. And that's what's really driving everything to the upside and pushing crude oil down. That's about it. Next week's going to be intense. Contractor rollover week. And I'm probably going to open stream a little bit earlier and start talking a little bit earlier so that we could discuss what's going to happen. Any questions?
Zero.
Yeah.
You said you're going to tell me something on stream later?
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you. I mean, it's the same thing. I think I told you before, but the question of you saying that it's going to take out that 28th high, which we did. My question is, and I checked already, it doesn't really pertain to right now. So this is part of the whole contract thing that we're going to have to deal with next week. Is that which contract are you looking at, and which high are you looking at, and are you looking at a continuation, a back adjusted, non-back adjusted? So those are the things that we're going to have to tackle next week. It doesn't really pertain to today. It was more of a side note. Hey, I need to remind you to remind me to address that. Either today, downtime, or whatever. Yeah, but it's more so that I think I've told you quite a bit of times, but it will just be a good refresher for everyone else in here. In regards to like contract rollover, how you play it, what are you looking at, stuff like that. Yeah. Other than that, if anyone else has questions, let me know. I think if anyone likes FX, even if it's futures, I think the yen is something that I've been eyeing. So if you look at the yen against the yuan, it's at good support. If you look at yen against the Canadian dollar, it's also a good support. Yen against the US dollar is also a good support. So it could be an interesting trade. I most likely would be looking for a pullback of some sort of nature in order to get long. I think I don't want to participate here just yet. So yeah, I think it's a possible good long. Peter, are you unable to hear me now, or did you not hear anything? Specs, you were saying that you think that it can get up to. Yeah, I have a level at 29, so I think that it's a possibility that we can get up there. So we'll see what it does. So yeah, we did get up to 1075. The high of London's right now is at 40.11. So we'll see how that plays out. Let me send this out to you guys right now. With the levels so you guys can see. I think that's extended. So. Oops, that's not the right room. So I guess Peter can't hear me, huh? He didn't respond. You guys can hear me, right?
No.
Okay. Well, as long as you can. Look at that. I personally don't really want to click on the mouse just yet. I'm probably gonna wait to see what happens. Unless you're already short or get a pullback for a short, I don't want to get too funky with this.
Get a short with a 6 point stop. Right here. Just kidding.
I was like, nah, that's a little bit. I mean, I don't mind 6 point stops. It's just, I don't know. Maybe ISM's gonna come out with some shit and whipsaw us around. Yeah, I don't got much more, guys.
One hint already. You saw this in high yield yesterday. The move. It's like leading the market right now, either direction. When it rolls over in either direction, the market turns.
Talking about 30-year yield.
No, high yields. Like the ETF tracking the high yields for corporate debt. Because if they buy that shit, then you know it's risk on. Because that is trash. Like people who buy bonds don't like buy high yield unless they think it's a bullish environment. Let's put it that way. Like think about it. Like bond investors are like professional warriors. Like they count on all that shit. Like the ones who don't invest in, like people who trade a corporate debt. They're way better at this than most equity traders, to be honest. It's been like my leading indicator for everything in this market so far. You saw it roll over. If you're looking at high yields, like the ticker on is HIYG. When you saw it roll over or consolidate there in February, like in the beginning of February, that's when you could have gotten into a decent short into the market. Usually it has some kind of reversal patterns, and then when it trades down generally, like you can sit in a trade for a longer period of time. Nasdaq topped out exactly on the 2nd of February. That's when the high yield did a stranded close and then gap down, and then gap down a day again, and then we've just been continually going down afterwards. If you look at it.
So we have quite a massive gap below us. Just this is crazy. We keep having gaps.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I need to add some stuff for the gaps. I'm specifically talking about like high to low or high to close, or high to open, I should say. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, thanks for reminding me, guys.
I'm gonna share it here just so people can look at it real quick before they open.
Yeah.
I think that's the right one.
I look at it risky. I don't, I don't trade based on it, but I understand what you mean.
It's been a pretty consistent so far. Like since last year, because when they bottomed out in October, that's when everything basically bottomed out. But yeah, that's just for perspective's sake. Now I'm not gonna steal Zero's thunder.
What do you mean?
No. I don't want to stream. That's what I'm saying.
No, stream it. I'm
No.
not. I don't do anything.
No.
It's just.
I already showed it, so that's like doesn't need like 30 minutes of it me looking at it.
Well, I don't think people saw it, right? Or
Well,
maybe you should
there
post the
was
pic.
people who joined in and looked at it.
Okay. You don't
If
have
they
to-
want to take a look at them themselves, then so be it. Like you just look at it in daily in 4 hour. That's what you do. There's no point in it looking at it in smaller, more granularity, so to speak, because it's literally a leading indicator.
Be right back. Damn 8:30 meeting at my job is so freaking annoying.
Well,
The only way to get away from this is get better at trading.
Yeah, I guess. The solution to everyone's problem is literally get better at trading.
Why do I feel drunk drinking tonic water? Weird. Well,
Maybe
what am I
you
like?
drank something else that was not tonic water before it.
No, what am I like? That's
I,
what I
I
looked
think
at.
I think you just straight up drank gin, like you didn't mix it with tonic water this time.
No, like, seriously, like no, I'm not joking. I do feel like drunk. I was like, the fuck?
Have you eaten properly?
I just made tacos for my wife, or quesadilla to be specific. But,
Fair enough.
I didn't drink any alcohol, or at least I don't think I did. What the fuck is going on?
Oh,
I don't think I did. Nice. So it was
No,
my
I mean
problem.
like,
I was just like, I didn't think I did, and then oops.
oops. I felt it's like that TikTok thing. It's like, oh, I was trying to go to the gym, and then they slip, and then they try to grab, onto something, and they grab a bottle, and they drink the bottle as they fall. That's what you're talking about,
I was actually on the way driving to the
dude. It's
driving to the
hilarious.
gym, and then there was like a roadblock, so then I had to drive through the drive-through at the at the burger place. Yeah, no, I get you.
Yeah. Hmm.
I'm gonna do my brother's account first today, and then that's fucking the last of it.
And people hire people to do it for them, right? Open.
Huh? Who? What?
People hire people to trade on their account to pass for them. Why, I don't know, but they do. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Yeah, it's
I
stupid.
mean,
It's
the
like,
thing is, like, once you've passed that account, like, and you've gotten into a buffer, and you're trading the way similar to what you're doing, and you can't reach your like weekly drawdown or trailing drawdown, it's pretty secure to trade that way. Like, you have
yeah.
pretty much guaranteed profits after that.
Watch 4,025. Sorry, go ahead.
Retro. Yeah. I mean, it is stupid. It is stupid, but yeah. For sure.
Still
For
don't
sure.
have like a full
YouTube.
confirmation that you're gonna get paid from these fucking evaluation companies.
Oh, earn to trade, you get paid. You get paid from fucking Top Step. That's those two. Those two, you definitely get paid.
Number just
Yeah.
say something about not getting paid. He
No,
doesn't care.
no,
He
no.
doesn't care, but no.
That's besides the point. Huh? Like that's not.
No, he may not get paid out
What?
on the
What?
remaining balance. On this remaining balance, like he's not even foregoing it. I mean, he's not even chasing it. Like he doesn't give a shit.
He's not going to pursue it and make.
Sorry, he's not going to pursue it.
Yeah, right.
But-
No, I get you.
Yeah.
Like, what that's besides the point. That's not.
Well, it's the
What, you
same
gotta
company
chase it
that
now?
screwed
Now
my friend over.
you have to chase it now. You have to like fucking introduce lawyer letters. Like, what do you like?
He broke the
No.
rules and got like kicked out of it. I don't know what else happened. I don't know
He
more
broke the
details.
rules and got kicked out, but he has remaining balance, and those are supposed to be given to him. His share of it, right? Whether it's 80%, 90%, whatever. I don't know what they talked about, but you're supposed to get the remaining balance, and he's not gonna go after it. But like what Harvey is trying to say is like they should be giving it to him, and it doesn't. Yeah.
Like,
Well,
I
I
shouldn't
mean,
have to chase this shit, and I shouldn't have to like fight for it. I just don't. The evaluations is still to be proven that they're going to pay you consistently. So I think it's just a dream that you're going to pass this evaluation, and all of a sudden your life as a trader is going to be better. It just.
I mean,
yeah, I think there's.
But if you never pass it and you never be able to, if you can't withdraw and bank money and build a small account, and either and it's the same
Well,
feeling you're gonna have as if you're on sim, because it's not real money to you.
yes and no, Harvey. Right? Like
So
it gives you an opportunity. So let's just say you have a sound system, and you go and trade it. It only you can only trade 4 contracts or 2 contracts, right? Depending on which eval you do. You can still, bang it out in 10, 15 days. And then whether, depending on the eval, whether you do it again, meaning you have to do step 2, or you go straight to real money and you make, say, the first 5 or 8,000 is yours. Well, you just invested, say, you failed twice. It only took you a month, but you failed twice. That took you about $500 or $600, and you have 5,000. Okay, well, let's try to do that again. And you do it again. So now let's just say overall, your net $7,000. Well, now you've proven to yourself. Now you have like the courage to do it. Then you jump in, put that $7,000 into it, or whatever, at 14,000, or depending on what combine. You have 14,000 to play with. But let's just say I was only worth $1,000, and then you do micros. Well, you can, but if you have a proven strategy, it's going to take you far longer to make $14,000 or even $7,000 with $1,000, right? So there is a place. There is a place for people, and I think it depends on who you ask and who it's for. Like, I wouldn't recommend it for some people, even though I know they're profitable in the long term, because short term they suck. They're really bad at trading in an intraday sense. Harvey, you still there? Did I
yes, I
upset
chose
you?
to stop listening though. No, I'm just kidding. See what I can do with this. See how I can twist it around. I was actually kind of looking at something else, but no. Okay, so what? How much money have you made from a combine, Zero? How much money have you withdrawn from a combine and
5.
put in your personal account?
5.
5,000.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody gone above the first withdrawal?
My
What do you
brother's
mean first
has withdrawn 40K, so
Yeah, well, your brother's special. So anybody else?
what the fuck?
So you're saying that? Yeah,
I want to see the proof of it. It's just like all the rest of the trading shit. How is it that I can't pay a guy $100 to learn what he has to teach me, yet I'm just willing to throw shit at a fucking company that says, "Hey man, we'll give you fucking whatever percent," and everybody's fine with it. That's but no proof, no nothing. Some fucked up website and whatever, and everybody's fine with it. But to learn something from some guy and pay the guy, because it's just the trading mentality. It's the way that these
I'm
traders are.
long from
It's ridiculous.
4,050, by the way.
I'm not
Harvey,
saying
just
if you can find a value in the eval, that's fine.
well, Harvey, like just because they're there to make money doesn't mean that the business model is
So then why don't they?
bad.
Why doesn't everybody take the learnings when they come? Why don't people pay for the learnings then?
Well, no, but that's the thing, though. You know, it's different from you telling someone, "Hey, we will." Like, let's just say they say, "I will," you know, on my mother's life, you know, I will fund you if you pass the stage. But if you don't pass, it's not my fault. Well, more people will be inclined to do that than to say, "Hey, give me $500 and I'll teach you step by step and coach you how to trade." Right? Most people won't do that because they, in their minds, they're like, "Oh, if you have a winning system," this is like I keep on saying, it's just like poker or fishing. It's like when you find a honey hole, when you find a great system, you're not going to tell them. If I see your tell, I'm not going to tell you. The point is for me to make as much money as possible. And if I keep on sharing my systems, that's what people think, right? So that's why people don't believe in trading education. But they much rather be like, well, I can find this on YouTube, or I can do this. So they do that. And
I mean,
they
to be
jump the
honest,
gun.
like 95% of the content out there is garbage. 95% of it. There is like considering how many courses there are out there and how much you're paying for them, you can go through a lot of crap before you find anything useful.
I
mean,
understand
a
that,
lot.
but if you're green, you don't know what's crap. By the way, I showed it at 4,425 and mitigated risk at 4,175. No, I understand that. I don't disagree with that. You know, what you just said. I just think that there's a place for evals. I mean, people do make money off of it. You know, I think a lot of people are, you know, whether it's predatory or not. I mean, well, it's predatory if you lose, but if you win, it's not. It's awesome, right? It's like, wait a minute, like you know, Risky's brother or Numbers or whoever. It's like, wait a minute, you just invested $300, $400, $500 and you made 40,000 or however much, you know, or 8,000 or whatever. It's like, ooh, that's awesome. Why would I not do that? The only thing that
the thing is that it's a system that like all it predicates on, like they're literally saying, oh, if you have a working system, you can come here, you can borrow our money, we'll take a certain fee for you doing that, and we make money off you knowing how to make money. They're literally just giving you a rule set that's like, oh, we can't basically lose any money if you don't have a working system, which you basically pay them to do an evaluation. And then if you pass it, you trade with their live money and you make money for them and you earn money at the same time. It's basically acting like a bank, but
the only
with
thing is
stricter rules.
Yeah, the only thing is Apex is I think they're full of shit.
Yeah, Apex
not because
is
they will scam you. I don't think they'll. Some people will scam, but the fact that my personal orders don't go to the CME, I find that sketchy. Whether they're trade copying your trades. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, it's like you could trade CFDs. They don't route through the exchange because they take on the risk on your behalf. So that's the same thing, but
right,
like,
which is fine
as well.
Again, which is fine, but if you don't pay out, I find that sketchy. You know, the reason why Numbers fucked up, or I didn't say he fucked up, but the reason why he got kicked out of the program was because he held one overnight, right? Because he didn't clear it.
I think he took 10 lots, and his max was 4 per account or something like that, where he broke the rules, wasn't it?
No, it's 100%. He held it. He said it yesterday.
Okay.
So the thing is, yeah, he broke a rule, but it's like a whole 30-day thing.
Okay.
Right? Like he had to do this for 30 days or something like that. I don't fucking know. But the point is, I don't like how they don't go into the exchange. So they're copying your trades, probably trading larger size and then selling it, or and then giving you whatever the cut is. But anyways,
Mitigated risk there for on my longs. Took half off for 3 points and change.
I'm aiming for
NQ continuously upticking and making higher lows,
78.
by the way.
News in what is that? 18 minutes.
3 minutes is some news. That's PMI final, and then you have
The real news.
Yeah, the real news. But NQ just tugging up higher.
The only thing I would say that like if you shouldn't do a combine is if you want to become a swing trader and you have no money. I would say don't do it. It will promote bad habits.
It does, definitely.
Then you can do micros and still make a shit ton of money if you have a system, a good system.
I'd be careful here, Zero.
To the downside?
Well, to the upside. Dixie just did something funny.
Well, I'm short, so. And I'm looking at bonds, which also gave me a short signal. So, I mean, yeah, it can still take me out. It still can break the high of the day and then come down. So I agree with that.
Taking off another quarter before the news here. Keeping my stop at 98.50. Can't lose money on this shit, so. If we rip higher, I'm just gonna hold it. I'm just gonna hold till fucking 4,100 if it goes. Fucking moon, because there's so many stops above us. I know it's overextended, but like the risk is if they pull the stops, there's gonna be a re-leveraging again to long, so. They've basically fucked out the CTAs or the momentum traders like 2 days in a row now. Basically pulling below their level of interest and then ripping above it again. It's really dirty, but I'm not gonna shame them for doing their best to fuck people out of their money.
Next level up, if we get there, is still going to be at 1075. I'm not entirely sure if that's something we need to touch before on an RTH session.
Just flattened my brother's account, so it's done. holding on to my own stuff.
Hmm.
Two and a half hour trade for him, for his account, so not bad. Even with PC fucking risk management.
I don't like this entry. Just trying to cancel it. Fuck. Yep, I don't like it. What a mistake. Let me out, please. Ah, shit. Took a loss there. Couldn't get out.
What a fucking beast. Thank you, finally showing some fucking weakness. Here I'm taking off, so now it's like 1/8 size remaining. That was a full size trade on ES. That's been a fucking while. It was really clean fucking consolidation there at the 4050. Like it was really clean. With heavy uptaking.
Red Pie, I if I can catch a high, I don't need to risk off, but that's why I'm just not. That's why I'm gonna just lay off of it right now. But yeah, I do. If I feel like I can get an immediate risk mitigation, then I'll get in. But if not, like right now, I don't think I will. So I'm just gonna leave it. The second trade at 0650 was actually accidental. Accidental in the sense where I was trying to click it off and I couldn't click it off. I have fat fingers.
It happens. You get.
Specs, you there? No daily actives for day. ISM is gonna blow it out the water, in my opinion. But I do have it if you want it. I can post it.
Fucking moonshot, baby. Wheeze.
Okay, no jacking off on stream, okay?
Oh, yes. There is jacking off here. No. Screen is already covered in white shit.
You're opening the door here, right? You get that?
What's the
See? See what you did?
Another 10 of them are going off here. Fuck it. Then it's 10 left. And they're going fucking moon or fucking stop. No adding. Fuck that shit. Where were we aiming, John? Is he still in here? Can't see him. Yeah, he had a call. But it was 4030 at the least, so
He said 36, I think, or 35. I said 30. I didn't say 30.
I'm
I regurgitated that from somebody else.
I'm gonna queue 5 lots on to sell at 4030. If I get hit, I get hit, and then it's 5 left.
It's posted. It's posted here. There's that 4001 bounce. You see that?
Oh,
It's not a bounce, but it's a. Sorry.
What a fucking monster run. I told you, Specs, I hope you fucking bought the dip. Buy high, sell higher, motherfuckers.
As long as 4,000, I'm out.
Good. Let's
Still
go.
have one position. Let's go. I still think we can hit 4,025, but I'm gonna call it a day.
I'm holding my last 10 lots till at least till 4030.
Oh, Specs.
Specs making bank. See you later, Specs, if you're going.
See ya, man.
Later.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Respects.
Fucking monster run. Let's see what this ISM. Like, I think if it's bad, it's gonna be bullish. If it's good, it's gonna be bullish. Doesn't matter. Market ripping. The reason why I'm not setting it to break even is because my theory is not invalidated until it breaks 98. 50, which is straight underneath that consolidation. So I don't give a fuck if I lose money on 10 lots out of the total.
So there's 1 minute to go.
Well, serious, it's 1/16th of the size, so of the total. So Bella serious. So it's fine if I lose 2 points on that, considering the rest of the profit. It won't even make a dent in the R factor if I lose money on those. Fucking massive rip.
Do it. Oh, look at that. It's doing something.
It's doing a lot. Looks
No.
disgusting. Hey, it's doing a lot. There's a lot of fucking
No.
orders going through.
Oh, there's
There's a lot of orders going through, I'm saying.
no. You're imagining that.
Yeah. Big.
It's normal.
This is normal? Okay. Well,
Yes, it's normal.
I wish.
Don't look. Don't. Nothing to see here. It's normal.
Anyone get in?
I forgot my ninja shoes, so I'm pretty good.
Yes.
Oh, he's taking
Oh,
trades.
in crude.
Take that trade.
In crude,
It's not
he's,
that trade. He just. Oh, good job, man. That's good. Far from 65 or wherever we started with at the beginning of the week. 65. Now, what time zone are you in, Bayman? I thought you were.
I'm in Eastern Standard.
Oh, I thought you were
But
West Coast.
around 8, if there's good setups. Yeah.
That's every day
But-
then. Obviously.
Well, that's the problem. The problem is
As soon as he wakes up, he's like, oh, long, short. Fuck. Hurry up. I gotta be right one of these times.
no, I'm finally like not trading too much free market. Unless there's something I really like. Like we had a short this morning in ES that I took. that was break even. I got short at 4,075 at 708.
I watched
Did you start at
the high of the day yesterday at 95.25. If you're short. I'll watch it
If we just
around
had a
there.
bigger stop, you'd be good.
Dixie is chatting.
Yeah, I might take it off if we have a bounce there, but if we hold, then I don't know. Dixie is just running, but also watch the bonds today. Mainly bonds. Excuse me. Bonds are coming back. I'm gonna flag it right now. It's 123.25. That's where the bounce zone's gonna be at. If they don't hold there, then this shit can just fall out of the sky.
Sure. I'm actually thinking if it doesn't hold like right here,
You like
that
oil
there's an
still a lot.
There's an inflection point there at 8:28 p.m. a.m.
Mm-hmm.
The Russian news. Is there any news from Russia?
Dollar's taking a rest. I don't know what that means though.
Because bonds are taking a rest at that level from 8:30 or 8:30 a.m. That little chunky chunk. You call that back and fill?
Yeah, that's definitely like if it can get there. Shitloads of buying in NQ now. Like it went from fucking super negative to uptick to fucking mega bullish.
All the fangs are up though.
Yep.
Oh, whatever, not all, but
Oh,
my little board is green.
my little board is green.
My little board. Costco had bad earnings. Is that what happened? I didn't even see it. I just see that it's negative on the day.
If you are short, just watch yesterday's high in 95.25 and then watch 85.25 as we go lower. If we go lower. If you're short. And then ultimately 78.25 or 78, depending on how you want to look at it.
Ever heard of Z-Scaler?
Are you not in a trade, Harvey?
Am I not in a trade?
I don't know. Usually you trade these. No?
I didn't trade this. I didn't get any. There was nothing really. I'm trying not to do the cowboy shit and chase shit. I mean, it's
that's
proving
good.
to be. It's actually proving to hurt my P&L. So it's like giving. Well, yeah, it's like actually giving me counterproductive actions.
Yep, that's the stop.
Like I don't know. Like I'll have to. Maybe we'll talk about it later. But I mean, what do most people?
I'm guessing they didn't like the PMI data or something.
Oh, you're back.
ISM data.
It's the thingy.
Yeah, I've met ISM.
What is it?
55.1 and estimated was 54.5.
It's above.
So that's expansion, right?
This is the back end fill right here.
Supposed to be good.
We shouldn't get too much of a back end fill. If we do, this is probably no good.
For both those, this is supposed to be positive news. Is it not?
This, I guess, is good news is bad. I'm not sure.
Yesterday was good though. It went with the news correctly.
I'm just gonna stick to buying the dip. It's gonna work.
What happened to your? I'm selling every rip.
Yeah.
Well, considering see how Europe is behaving, and since the money is pouring in from there, well, I don't care what the U.S. market does. I'll buy every dip now instead,
Okay.
since that's money-making machine currently.
Open in the door again. There we go.
Yeah. But I'm just waiting for like some substantial, like there was no signal to buy there. Not that I've had any
Well, let's see
signals
if
to
I can
sell,
do this.
like
Yes,
really.
yes, here we go.
There's not been a signal to sell so far. Not even once.
Ah, fuck, Bayman, you fucked it all up.
Oh, fuck you. Did you buy the dip, Harvey?
Just a minute.
Harvey, you don't have to punch
There
it. You
it
just
is.
spam it. You just spam it.
Just to make it right, because that's what the meat. That's what the what do you call it? The what are those? Yeah, that's exactly right. That's how I tell the story. It's the meme stock. That's right, because that's the meme stock. That's the seriously. If you go to StockTwits or whatever, and you get onto one of these memes, it's all full of not these memes. It's actually them just writing it like in Twitter or whatever. It's a buy the dip, pussies, buy the dip. Oh, I tried. See, that's the shame of it all. Because they don't allow it. Don't understand. They don't understand. They just don't get it. They're the meme people. Fools.
I can see Harvey reading to his baby girl at night to put her to sleep. Right on his phone through a bunch of GIFs.
Actually, what I've implemented, it is. It's like a comic book.
Went long on the same entries before for all 50.
I've actually started to implement that they read to me out loud, actually. No, it's not cute. It's actually helping with their communication skills and how they can develop themselves further as humans.
Which is
Why is
cute.
that not?
Because
Risk off at 450.
pussies.
I risked off there.
With myself.
Risky. Would you
Is
quit
that little
putting
head
so
and
much?
shoulders on the Dixie or what?
One more time, Bayman.
So would you quit putting so much size against me?
What do you mean?
I'm trying to go short.
Well, don't
And
fight
I
it.
just saw 160 lots pass through, and that's not helping.
Well, I took off 80 of them at 450, so it should be a little more selling pressure there, thanks to that. And now I have moved my stop to 41 even, so this one I'm not risking anything on. No, I had a really good signal at the bottom there at the VPOC. It was a perfect buy signal in the system.
Oh, was it juicy?
Yep.
Oh, don't
That's
even.
juicy.
You just open the door again. Why do you
Well,
go?
if it's not juicy, it's not great, right?
Oh, fuck. It's so
Yeah.
gross, man. Some of them are. Oh man, that's rude too. Yeah. No, Retro. Look away! Look away, Retro! Look away! No, I mean seriously. Some of these are like, yeah. Yet if I type in the dip pussy, they're not gonna give it to me. Ridiculous. I'm gonna have to fucking call them up. Give them a piece of my mind.
This is the way. Yes, it is. It's worked so far. Fucking push the market in one direction, everybody fucking FOMOs, and then just fucking buys the dip.
See?
That's how it works. That's how the big boys do it. It's literally how they do it. Like you can see it when they have accumulated size and they just kept pounding the fucking offer. That's when you know the buy the dip is coming.
What happened there at 10:06? Turn.
10:06. That was my stop. That what got fucked on the last 10 lots from the initial entry.
I'm flat.
And there I'm taking another 40 off. Thank you. 40 left on the table. Yeehaw. Oh, I'm gonna start selling fucking puts here on like cash secured puts against this as well. Might as well double up. Yep.
Did you head home yet, Retro, or are you still out east or west? Sorry. At home now. Did yeah, did you get is there weather there? You guys are getting snow, aren't you? Oh, like there's supposed to be some I thought there was another storm coming in. Sunny here. Well, let's just cover all
14,
those
I'm taking
shorts now.
20 more off. Come on, give me the last squeezy, and then I'll have 20 left, and then that's it.
1550.
Sorry, what? 1550. What, you mean the level?
There we go.
Yeah. We already hit it.
Does that mean it's no good now?
I mean, we already hit
Six
it.
fucking times.
Those are attracting levels, right? So it attracted it. It's done.
Man, it's rare that
Once
you
it
get a
gets
double
there,
winner.
it's good. You can take it off. These are the levels that once it gets there, it's done. So yeah, it's done. So those levels that attract, yeah. So once it attracts it, it hits it, it's done. So like 78 is an attracting level. Once it hits it, it's done. Our major levels are not done, or almost never done. Selfishly, I don't put attracting levels on major. I don't post it because I would do it every day.
Working pretty good there for it being done.
I don't know why, but it should be done.
Sorry to point that out. I know, I get it. You're going for bigger moves. This is only 10 ticks. Sure.
Who, me or?
10 points. What do you
Yeah.
mean? Well, 14 technically.
14 tick? What?
Yeah, 14 points. What's the move?
No, yeah. Okay. Get your move. 14
Mhm.
points.
Twice now. I don't think 4,000 is gonna hold for another test, but so I'm not gonna buy it again there. I want a higher low this time if I'm gonna buy it.
Do you use the reverse button ever?
Nope. Fuck that.
Sorry.
Fuck that.
I mean,
I don't want to leave some on the table if it runs.
I haven't Red Pine. Not since I start actually trading. I haven't gone back to Bookmap or anything.
Will stop out if it goes to 402 this time. So I moved my stop up a little bit for safety reasons. Yeah.
All right, have a good day.
Later, Richard.
have a good weekend. See you later, Rachel. VIX is still dropping. 1905 right now. Crude oil just completely retook that move, Bayman. You got good to get out.
I actually got long and caught a good chunk of it back up.
Nice.
High fives. High fives. Nice.
I did, however, take like 3 pretty sizable stops on it.
Gotta be careful with that and natural gas. They're
Yeah.
dangerous little bitch mistresses.
I'm trying to get the hang of it because it'll just sit around and then, like, consistently, it'll just chop around and then move 30 ticks or 20, whatever, 15 ticks, and then just quit moving altogether again.
That's the complacency.
I've just gotten, like, I used to trade CL, but then I pretty much have just been touching ES for 3 months now, and now I've kind of gotten used to this again.
Did you find your leak at your water main or whatever?
I ended up running a whole new water line outside. The leak was the leak was underneath the slab underneath my garage, and I was gonna chop it up, but I wanted to run a new water line anyways, so I ran it along the wall of the garage and dug a trench out to the water main.
So you're obviously a little bit south.
Yeah.
What did you use, poly or
PEX.
yeah, like a 3/4 line?
NQ made new highs, by the way, on that rip up.
Yes.
Consolidating right now.
Like a 3/4 line, and then what was the original? It was copper. So you just used a shark bite or something, or
No, not a shark bite. There was a changeover though, but I need to go eat real quick, so I'm gonna hop off for a minute.
Heavy seller here at the 1350, by the way, for anyone looking at it. Probably gonna mega puke because there's been an absorption of so far like 3,500 lots there. Well, not counting the market selling that they've also done for averaging into that position. Either they hold this level here or it's gonna mega puke.
Got almost 7 minutes of consolidation on 18,000 shares.
What?
Those are micros.
Yeah. I was thinking, like, what the fuck?
All right. Let me just change that.
We broke it. Moon.
26,000 shares before that, and that's 6.5 minutes. It's a lot of money.
Decent selling here after the initial breakout there from the consolidation at 1350. I'm still curious to see if they actually rip this. Looks like it. Yeah, buddy. Lightweight. Here we go, boys. 4030 soon. Harvey, please don't tell me you haven't been in this. Like, not even a little bit. Please.
Not even a little bit.
Not even a little bit? Itty bitty? It's fucking... This is the market where specs should be fucking here. Just fucking picking up the money.
Buying high and selling higher, yeah.
Yeah, it's working. What do you mean? Like,
Yeah, you can't deny that it's working.
it worked all of January, and now I'm on the bull train as well. So now I'm gonna compensate for fucking lost January. Well, inefficient January. No problem, Ryu. Market fucking full of degenerates, and everybody's buying everything. So fuck it. Just join on the train and get paid while doing it. Don't fucking think. Just buy. Stop overcomplicating things. You're getting helicopter bombed with fucking money and you're not taking it? Fuck you mean. I'm not doing the same as I did in January and trying to short the shit out of this. That 100G loss on the fucking European future options was fucking the straw that broke the bear's back for me. I'm not fucking joining in on that fucking thing unless we establish a trend down in European markets. I don't believe this shit otherwise. New all-time highs, Harvey. This year.
I have one for that. Hold on.
Yep.
Just a sec. Actually have one. Can't read this to me. But where is it? There it is there. Boom.
I mean, I hope you made bank from it, right? And I'm blasting fucking Disturbed in the background as well at the same time. Fucking beautiful. Anyone like Disturbed here? Harvey, you must like it. You're a fucking mean machine. Good, good Bayman. Good Bayman.
What do I like?
Disturbed.
What's that?
Rock band. Metal. Whatever.
Disturbed?
Disturbed.
Is it new?
I mean, not that new. Can't remember when the band was formed.
Formed in 1994. Huh. Oh, Down with the Sickness?
I'm listening to Indestructible currently from them, which is very nice.
Very nice.
But Down with... Well, I mean, now I'm being polite. It fucking rocks. Down with the Sickness is nice.
See, when I
like Decadence.
I don't remember much.
Let's see if I can find any other.
Yeah, it's 9 Inch Nails again.
9 Inch Nails? Yeah, that's the one that's good as well.
I don't know. When I get good music, like at the beginning, anything that copies it, it's kind of just, or not copies it, but anything that reminds me of it, it's kind of just like, eh.
3-Day Grace is also fucking nice sometimes, but it depends if you want to have it more chill or if you want it to have like
yeah, like when I used to play music, we used to play that kind of stuff, and I guess I kind of maybe overdid it. Essentially, you know what I mean? So I don't know, with age, my music taste has kind of shifted. Still, Metallica's the best. Always probably will be. So
I mean, but I just think I've over listened to Metallica, so I don't like it anymore. Like it's come to that point.
Deny. You just can't.
I mean,
deny,
it is really good. Like I just think that.
And just album is just put together so fucking well. It's not even funny.
I mean, I just
the
like
way
to have
they
variation. That's the only reason why.
play together and assemble it. It's lights out. That's what I'm trying to say. Like everybody tries to do something, but that's what makes it hard for me because when you scale it up against something like Metallica, like, dude, you're not even trying. Like these guys are putting it together like it's fucking amazing, and then everybody else is playing 4 chords, and you're like, yeah, that's great. That's it. Ooh, boom. There you go. So what is like? Do people try and sell that right there? Is that what people do?
That was
So,
a stop run followed by someone taking profits.
I get that. No, but I'm just saying, is that what traders try and do? They wait for that pop like that and then they sell?
I mean, like if you're trying to get out at the highest possible price and you see that
No,
there's
I mean like
someone,
if you're trying to initiate a short here, it pops
don't
through
don't
like that.
I
Does
don't
that
think I don't think people are trying to initiate a short on that position necessarily, unless you're taking it really short term, because you're fighting a fucking mega trend here, and I don't see any signal on the shorter time horizon to go short right now.
I was just
Like
wondering
sure,
on how other people try and get in on this stuff, right?
I mean there was like consistent selling right before the pop, so there was a stop run on the shorts. And then now we're actually having those long sell off. Like if you're looking at it on a 1 or 3 second chart, and you look at the uptick, downtick, and market bid ask delta and volume, you can see the like difference. Because when there's like heavy engagement from both sides, the volume picks up very heavily.
The pops.
Like this is so fucking weird. Okay, like fucking Kiev, well, Ukrainian journalist fucking says this as a fucking statement. Air Force says it shot down Russian Su-34 aircraft, and then people interpret that as fucking the U.S. Air Force fucking shot it down and fucking overhype it, and then they say in the second part of the message that it's the Ukrainian Air Force. You fucking stupid ass. Holy. It got reposted so many times because of that, the initial part of it. Fucking hell, man. People trying to stir the pot to get some fucking clicks there. think we need a little pullback for NQ to 12,200 at least for next potential leg up. But I'm not completely certain. I'm not going to sell anything. I'd rather reload instead.
Close my short put.
I mean, that's nice.
What up? Anyone take anything good?
Nothing, waiting for a slight pullback to add more longs.
Oh, nice.
As I'm just in 20 lots, and I think that's a too small size. Just need the right conditions to enter. And if not, then
Still a good trade.
I wish it was an NQ though. Would have been a lot better. Because NQ
Right.
fucking ripped 100 points on from that low.
Yeah.
Or I don't bother counting right now. I don't want to look at my P&L. I want to focus on performing. Good day to you too, Numbers. What kind of can is it you opened this time?
Guys, I'm here. I'm just eating, so just at me if you need anything.
Yes. Numbers, what drink?
Only the tastiest.
I'm like, come on, spit it out. What brand?
Ghost. Ghost.
Ghost.
That is my favorite pre-workout.
They're tasty. Ooh. And
You
then I'll
gonna
have,
do some cardio soon or what?
in about 2 hours, in
Okay.
approximately hour and 15, I'll probably have 2 or 3 Rice Krispie treats.
Yep. Today's been madness.
How so?
Like crazy good entries during the RTH.
Yeah, I really have no idea what's happening.
You shouldn't bother. Like, if your system works, don't fucking care. Like, Jesus, man. If I worked that much on it and like made it work, fuck it, man. Like, and if it can work consistently throughout whatever environment, then well, you just need to tweak it and find something new. Eventually, because I don't think you'll settle for that. You'll keep expanding.
I don't know.
I mean, knowing that you're performance driven, that you know that like certain, I mean, sure, like things work for a certain period of time, and then like other people figure out that you can also do it, and that's the question, if they can do that.
Well,
And
I would
then
assume
it
someone would
dilutes
have
the
figured
games.
out because I've back tested almost all assets back to 1998.
But it's weird that nobody else has figured it out, the same thing out.
What most individuals trading options are vol traders. I'm a vol trader.
Yeah,
That's really all there is to it. It's
true.
you trade volatility, and that's the end of discussion.
I mean, true.
If you speak with floor traders from the 80s and 90s, most of them, and if they were not trend traders, most of them would say they were vol traders. Volatility almost always mean reverts. So being long vol is often a prudent decision. And it's about finding locations where you can be long vol.
I mean, on different time frames, of course, because just permanently being long vol is definitely very unproductive for most of the time.
Well, depends on how long you're receptive to being underwater.
Yeah, of course, man. But like looking at the people who trade longer term, like a couple months, like long vol, like they have fucking huge drawdowns before they make bank. But wow,
Or
very
then
long periods of being underwater, not
then you
drawdowns.
could be Michael Burry, who
Yeah.
whose claim to fame is the Great Short, even though he is called 22, quote unquote, 22 peaks. He's been right on 3 occasions. So 15% hit rate, not that great.
No, it's not. But I think this still has more upside to it, to be honest. Bayman, if you feel like your brain is a noodle, then take a break. Just do something else for a while. That's the prudent move to do. I mean, Bayman, don't try to fight it back if you made wrong decisions. That's just my tip. Just take a break, come back, refreshed, fight later. Go take a stroll through the park or whatever. Or admire your work in your house or condo or whatever you live in. Because I saw you did some work, but I can't remember what.
Or be an aimless amoeba trying to accelerate the evolutionary process.
Who? What? When?
Nothing.
Am I trying to accelerate the evolutionary process here?
No. I hope no one is.
Well, why not?
That would imply they are profusely procreating and shortening their lifespan.
I mean, technically, couldn't you be forcing evolution if you did genetic manipulation? Technically?
Not really, because
I mean,
most people are not altering their genome. Well, okay.
No. But I'm just saying, in theory, like if you knew a trait that would make humanity better, and you would imply that on everyone, or try to apply that to everyone. I'm not saying it's possible. I'm just saying theoretically.
There are already mechanisms to do that if that's desired.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, There should be something like that. Just thinking about it, considering there's a probability that we live in a simulation, then there should be definitely a probability of us being able to manipulate the genes of people to fast track evolution. I mean, considering that the theory of if you would like with current technology to like spread across the galaxy, if you would take 10,000 years and you would be sending ships that to other planets who then develop colonies and then redeploy. After 10,000 years, the descendants that left Earth are as different genetically from us as we are to dogs. That's the thesis for it, because of the different environmental changes.
But 10,000 years is not even close to adequate.
No. But that's because of environmental changes. It's not because of time lapse. But like the influence of radiation while you're in space and like other things like gravity, whatnot. Like, according to simulations, but that's what I've read. But if you would do it. But that's like provided that every one of these ships that leave do a like pretty much expand as fast as possible, and people breed like rabbits. So
we're all gonna be dead before then. So
yeah, but like we here on Earth, yeah. But like if you were to take a sample of the DNA, that's what I'm saying. Like, and compare it to the people that left. I mean, we don't know if we're all dead. Numbers.
Yeah.
That's the pessimistic outlook. Like, let's say we're optimistic and we manage to figure out a way not to kill ourselves. You know,
that's a big if.
Yeah. I understand that numbers. Like, I just don't want to live my life like that. I agree with you that it is a very like a higher probability that we'll fuck each other up than kill our population than by different means, either environmental or
the next 100 years is going to be probably the most, or the next 80 years is probably going to be the most important time horizon for the future perspective of humanity.
Yeah. I mean, I have read that, but it's like there's a lot of these things going around. That's why I'm saying that it's interesting.
On a more important note, has been well, no, Belisarius were in a completely different circumstance than any other generation. We're completely different.
I mean, isn't that the thing that's okay? Like, I understand we're in a different condition than everyone else, but so has everyone else been as well. To a certain extent. To a certain extent.
No, they haven't. No, they have not. Humanity has never been presented with the existential risk and probability of we can dictate the future viability of our own population, where previous generations could not coincidentally facilitate their own collapse of civilization, which is unrecoverable. So the existential risk component is events that would contribute to existential collapse of humanity, which is irrecoverable, where we cease to make progress. And that comes from gain-of-function research, nuclear weapons, predominantly those two means, or technology. Since the 50s, so when I'll say 150 years, from the 1950s to 2100, if we don't blow ourselves up through nuclear weapons, if we're able to contain gain-of-function research, we'll probably make it another 1,000+ years. But previous generations between more or less 1970 or anything before 1970, there really wasn't the possible existential risk of humanity could pretty much cease to continue to progress or exist. And that's why it's completely different now than it was generations ago. There was never the capability to pretty much entirely eviscerate previous progress and future progress and reduce or ultimately negate the viability of Homo sapiens as a population. There's never been that risk. And if we make it out in the next 7,500 years, we're probably fine. But the primary concerns are gain of function research, technology, and nuclear weapons. Belisarius, but war has never been capable of before really 1960, and I'm not including Hiroshima or Nagasaki, is that was at a much smaller scale. The nuclear proliferation that occurred into the 60s was capable of altering the trajectory of humanity entirely. War in the past, okay. 100, let's just say 30, 40, 50, 80 million people died. Great. That's not going to considerably affect the progress of civilization. When you remove 99% of the population on the earth, where there isn't the necessary technological means to continue progressing with society, it's a different discussion. As let's say this has been well published, but there's H1N7, which is a lab created mutation of H1N1, the bird flu, the original bird flu. If that ended up releasing from somehow a lab, the fatality rate's about 85% and the R0 value is about 9. It's 4 times as transmissible as SARS-CoV-2 Delta variant, and there's an 85% fatality rate. If that ended up releasing from a lab, we're fucked. There's no comparison between it. Plague required direct skin contact for transmission. H1N7 is entirely airborne. So for every person infected, you would have 11 others infected with an 85% fatality rate. Technically, most gain-of-function research is only supposed to be occurring in level 4 biosecurity labs, but we don't even know where most of the gain-of-function research is occurring. If someone has some reasonable complexity, it could be done in your basement. That's what's concerning. I have friends with PhDs in molecular biology, and we have discussed this reasonably extensively. They said if I bought them $2-3 million of equipment, we probably, closer to 5. If I bought them $5 million of equipment, they could pretty easily do it. That's why I say things are different now. The fate and future of humanity as a whole over the next 80 years is going to be determined predominantly by technological development, gain-of-function research, in nuclear weapon proliferation or use. If we can control those three aspects, we're going to be fine. We'll make it out of it. But if we can't, bye-bye. What are you talking about? If you have the necessary, yes, you can. You can enrich uranium in your basement. There are people that have done that, and it's not a there's highly enriched uranium and there's low enriched uranium. You're able to achieve not U-239, but moderate enrichment if you know the science. So, yeah. Well, no. Okay. When you're referring to the use of ICBMs, that is specifically pertaining to highly enriched uranium. Ideally, enrichment to the extent of 239, but low to mid enriched uranium, so U-235, can be used as a dirty bomb. It's made from depleted uranium, yeah. Or depending on the tank. For example, armor-piercing ammunition is made from depleted uranium due to the density. So let's say plutonium-239 is going to be, I recollect, about 91% enrichment. 235 is going to be about 50% enrichment. And so it's not an issue for most, if you know how to do it, to create U-235, but that's main use as a quote-unquote dirty bomb. Once you're at U-239, that's nuclear weapons grade. And also, Belisarius, there's a black market. If you really want highly enriched uranium, you can purchase it. Gain of function research is far more concerning than nuclear weapons. Wait, who keeps trying? Did you link something from above? Because it's showing me the link to the Rice Krispies. I said this yesterday to a few people. It's a great pre-ride snack. They're fantastic. People incessantly complain, "Oh my gosh, how could you eat Rice Krispies?" It's it's a good source of pre-workout fuel. B, not all too bad. Oh, also the academic article that I linked earlier. Um, it's very poorly controlled. Yeah, no. Most of you probably have been seeing across most news outlets the concern over artificial sweeteners recently. It's from a poorly conducted, randomized controlled trial. You should not be concerned. It was actually very poorly conducted. Which is frustrating. Because all it's doing is promulgating a narrative of fear, uncertainty, and doubt regarding non-nutritive sweeteners, when in fact they are quite helpful to the majority of individuals who are attempting to lose weight. Therefore, continue along your enjoyment and appreciation of non-nutritive. I'm trying to find the article that should be open source, but it doesn't look as if it's still behind the paywall. But almost every quote unquote news outlet is has the past few days discussed this. And it's horribly constructed. And for anyone, here is a good thread as to this is a really good Twitter thread. Wait, what do you mean random trade entries? This was for zero. Yeah, this isn't random trade entries. This is a systems expectancy Mediterranean fruit fly.
Are you talking about the back test?
Yeah, he copy and pasted Monte Carlo when you gave me some concrete metrics. This is you need to know your system's expectancy before running a Monte Carlo simulation. This is such a good Twitter thread. Jesus. Oh, jeez. Has anyone watched Glass Onion yet?
I
Undergraduate.
did.
What were your thoughts? I'll respond in one moment, Jackie.
Obviously not as good as the original.
There was an original.
Well, Knives Out was the original, right?
Oh, okay.
Knives Out was
Yeah.
fucking good.
Yeah. I think they tried too hard to recreate it. You know.
Yeah, like it was like that's what I mean. Knives Out was fucking good. And like,
Oh, the
it's
20
hard to,
in 2019.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. If you haven't watched that, you need to watch it.
Yeah, today's supposed to be his Zone 2 ride. Yesterday didn't end up being a Zone 2 ride. Maybe I'll turn this on.
It was like was the directing done by somebody different? Because it wasn't the same.
I don't know. I think it was just too forced.
Yeah, or so, like you know what I mean? Like or they were rushing it or something. That other the Knives Out, it seems like I would assume that it would take a lot more effort. Just had more sequencing, or I don't know. It was good, man. Did you watch that movie I sent you? Or I sent in the chat?
Me?
Yeah.
I haven't had time. I flagged it all on Netflix and stuff, but I haven't had time.
The Ballad of Buster Scruggs.
Yeah.
I think it's funny.
Jackie undergraduate was philosophy and math. And then minors in history and economics. Masters was logic, computation, and methodology. And then I was one semester into signal processing engineering at Trinity College in Dublin and dropped out of that. So I was going to complete a second master's degree, but dropped out. No, I'm based in the U.S. But I'm becoming progressively a bit more intrigued to maybe go do another master's or PhD in philosophy of mind or bioethics. Amusingly enough, I technically was on not technically, I was on the no-fly list to Ireland for 3 years. But that was between 2015 and 2018. Yes, sir. No one's in Ireland. I was there for one semester and then dropped out. Cost of living in Dublin for what the city offers is exorbitantly high. Yeah, there's a lot of tech there, but even so, okay, actually, correction. Rental prices are exorbitantly high. Purchasing is reasonable. As the signal processing engineering program was very well integrated into the program was predominantly created by IBM, Google, and Samsung. With an emphasis on quantum computing. and signal processing for such. But I realized after one semester that I wasn't enjoying it particularly much, therefore. Didn't need it, dropped out. It wasn't that it wasn't challenging enough. I simply didn't enjoy the coursework. I wasn't interested in it. I thought I was initially, but I was not. It was further confirmation that if I do return to do a second master's, I want it to be in bioethics or philosophy of mind. I've considered making a donation to, there's one place where I would love to quote unquote work. When I say work, as in volunteer in the UK, the Future for Humanity Institute, or Future of Humanity Institute, specifically working with either Nick Bostrom or Toby there. That's something which would be quite fun to do. There are quite a few people, but yeah, Nick Bostrom is one of the more comprehensive simulation arguments. As his background is in philosophy and computer science. We're pretty far off from AGI. I know I'm reasonably well integrated into that aspect of tech. And you have some of the individuals who predominantly exclaim, oh, well, we're closer than you think. Oh, shit. That's what we've been saying about nuclear fusion for the past 60, 70 years. Oh, it's right around the corner. It's right around the corner. Realistically. No. All right, take care, Jackie. Enjoy your weekend.
Yeah. That's not correct.
Wait. But if they were willing to accept a donation in exchange for spending some time at the Future for Humanity Institute, I would be willing to make a donation.
I oops.
Oh, okay. I interpreted that differently initially.
No, it's fine. I
I
just
thought it was on the server.
no, that's really too deliberate. It was just getting too much. You know?
Yeah.
So I was like, So wait, when did you say you're not going live yet, right? You're still working out.
It's running. I had the third data feed plug in late last night, so it's up and running today on test. So micros, there have been a few minor bugs corrected today, but actually, oh Jesus Christ, I don't even know. Holy shit, what was yesterday? Was that yesterday? I'm losing track of time. I think this was yesterday. Yeah, this was yesterday. Came across another minor bug where the time date index wasn't aligning properly with the splitting. Amusingly enough, properly aligning it actually increased the win rate again.
Again?
Yeah. So it slightly reduced the average win size, but that's fine because the average winning trade size versus the average losing trade slightly decreased. So rather than being at a fixed, pretty close to a fixed 2 to 1 R, it's now about closer to 2.4 to 2.5 R per trade.
Right. It's really fucking good, actually.
Yeah. I need to check. Because I'm just changing some very minor metrics. That's nearly negligible. Okay. Yeah. Never mind. Wait. Hold the fuck up.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm saying wait a minute right now.
I just thought of something. Fuck me. Shit. I miscalculated this goddamn. I hate programming. I have to say.
You learn to love it because half the time you spend searching. Actually, in all candor, I spend more than 2/3 of the time searching. However, momentarily digressing, we added a fourth data feed last night, so we now have 4. And I was not this actually may be the best data feed I have come across, particularly for the price. If anyone needs a live API for futures, this is it's cheap. The quality of the data is exceptionally good. And it's in 45 minutes, you can plug into the API and have data streaming live because they actually have copy and paste code snippets where you can copy paste it, put in your login credentials and your streaming data. It was great.
I might in the future if I learn how to code.
Well, if you're testing now, because they don't offer execution, so if you're starting to test a strategy live, then it's good. Or if you want to accumulate your own tick data, and you're going to need a massive amount of storage for that. But if you want to accumulate your own data initially in a CSV and then convert it to a Parquet or Feather file, you could start storing your own tick data, and this would cost you $225 a month. And then you end up storing tick data for almost any asset you want. Oh, yeah, they're never going to respond to your email, Chow. Ever. Memory inject as in you're web scraping it, because most of them are going to be using REST APIs. That's surprising they responded. That's the main complaint I hear, is that they don't respond. But you're not really going to be able to web scrape data all too well. There are workarounds with Sierra Chart where you can export it from the SCID file. But even so, that starts to become progressively more complicated and increase latency. You can web scrape and accumulate your own, but the amount of time, if you are exporting the SCID data into a TXT file, the data coming out of Sierra Chart, if you do that, is not particularly clean. You're going to spend a fair bit of time cleaning that data versus for $225 a month, you can directly stream it out. When you say even if it's past date, could you elaborate on that, those words? On active tick, they have minimal historical, but that's fine. So they only have top of book bid-ask quotes. Ciao. And granted, I don't believe it's necessary to have full book yet. This is cheap. The most reasonably priced, I would say, for actually trading is Trading Technologies. Especially if you're a non-professional, it's reasonable is relative, but it's probably for the amount they charge. It's pretty much all inclusive. When you say bid ask, are you referring to bid ask on the tick data? Because this live stream tick data, which is always going to have bid ask transactions, is going to have quotes and top of book depth. as trading technologies for execution and data is $15.75 a month. And then if you're non-professional, it's $125 per exchange. And then additional connections, if you want to be running it on 50 different instruments, it's $25 per instrument. But the reason I say that's quite reasonable, that gives you nearly unlimited bandwidth. They're not charging an additional amount for increased bandwidth. As well as if you want to, let's say, have 15 different strategies running, that's all inclusive to the pricing. In most firms, that is not all inclusive. They give you one login, one API key, and if you if you have two logins running concurrently on that API, one of them will be shut down versus TT. You could have 30 or 40 of them running concurrently without an issue. Yeah, out of sample testing. As for example, right now, I'm running a splitter and then altering the parameters every 2 hours or so, give or take. So the splitter trains and then tests on data it hasn't seen every 2 hours, and the only time which it's trading is on untested data.
Are you considered a professional under their eyes?
No.
So you don't have to pay for that professional fee then, is what you're saying?
No. Because when you have the CME intake, what constitutes professional or non-professional, most of the questions being, are you trading money for anyone else, or are you trading the money in a partnership? Are you receiving compensation, such as space, or are you registered or considered by the SEC FINRA as a professional? Are you working? Do you have any series licenses? Technically, I don't hold any series licenses anymore. I'm not.
Okay, so as long as it's not active series license, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I was like, fuck, did I lie then? Because I have a series license, so okay. As long as it's not active. All right. I'm fine with that.
Series 63, 65, Series 7.
That's Series 7. Or are you asking me, or are you just saying?
No, I'm asking.
Series 7.
Okay, that's what I was assuming. It would either be 63, 7, or 65.
63 is pretty. I heard it's pretty easy.
Oh, it's very easy.
Yeah. I mean, none of it's really that hard. Like, in all honesty, but
that doesn't matter for CME at all. For the inquiry, there's no question regarding data feeds, how many you have active. Trading technologies, they're not too concerned unless you're fully registered with the SEC, you have series licenses, you're trading under an entity unless you're managing other individuals' assets. If you're only trading your own capital, almost all the firms are going to consider you non-professional, and the benefit is your fees are significantly less.
But you're trading with your partner as well, right? So would that classify as?
No, because we're not incorporated together.
Okay.
And second to that, here's the benefit. Once this all returns to the benefit of using TT versus CQG, because you have unlimited API access, versus if you're using CQG Rhythmic, where they restrict once you have two concurrent sessions, one of them is closed. If you pay the $1,600 fee, and then you have your exchange fee, so that's going to be $125. And you're running it on a few different securities. Let's just say you're running it on 10 different securities. That's 200 more. So you're all in $2,000 a month. Both of you can be running that, but versus CQG, if I had a concurrent session open, it would close the other, and then they would want to charge me an additional $1,500 a month for another API license, or an additional API key to run the sessions concurrently. TT, you don't need to worry about that, which is great. However, you cannot use their REST API does not stream data or quotes. You have to use the Net API, but there are Python wrappers such as IronPython to pretty easily integrate. The infrastructure and documentation is absolutely superb with TT. You don't expect anything less because it's a technology company. If you have connections at DXFeed, they may be willing to work with you on pricing. But if you don't have connections there, I'm assuming historical. Do you want live data as well? Because there are a few tick data purveyors which would offer that. For example, CQG Portara, you can purchase the data. So these are two potential options. You're going to be assuming $2,000 to $3,000 at a minimum. DXFeed is expensive unless you have someone working with you. Oh, he's gone. Oh, wait. Yeah. DXFeed's expensive. That's not a surprise though, because the quality of the data is quite good. And they don't care about small people unless you know someone there. Trader Shaw always finds a way to return to his Discord.
It's Trader Shaw.
Several months ago, he created 2 or 3 accounts and he was quickly banned, promulgating pretty misogynistic red pill, blue pill narratives, if you recollect.
No, well, I mean, I think Fat Cat took care of it. Someone messaged, like 2 people messaged me privately asking to get back in. I said, I didn't ban you, so I'm not going to unban you.
He was the individual where he was one of the 2. That as we were scrolling through, he was deleting the messages.
He's smart enough to do that.
In most circumstances, if I'm reasonably engaged, I remember most discussions I have with people, at least
Like
for
their names.
what? No, when not more than names, exact details of discussions I have when most people are a bit perplexed to that. I speak with them once or twice, and I pretty much recollect almost every detail, but that only lasts about 2-3 years. anything outside that time horizon. But it has to be a discussion with substance to it rather than, this isn't intended to be disparaging towards women, but a superfluously hyperbolic expression or dialogue, I really don't care and I don't listen. So.
Wait, what the fuck? Why is there a steady error? God damn it. Coding sucks.
There is often an increase. I'm referring to a discussion being, or in some circumstances, the affect being, their affect being superfluously hyperbolic, because that is a circumstance of, what's the kindest way to say this? Because said disposition consists of predominantly superficial information, I'm not overly concerned with what is being said. And therefore, I'm not concerned about recollecting that dialogue. But if it's a discussion of substance, then yeah, I remember almost all the details. It's more common for me to have superfluous dialogues with women than it is men in most circumstances. I don't like saying that, but that's what I've encountered often. And that's why I'm referencing it as many those situations. I don't recollect the explicit details due to, as I said, it being predominantly superfluous and feigning their interest for the fulfillment of desire.
So last night, my girl got home from work. She works with kids with autism, trying to, like, what's the right word? I don't want to say train. That's not right. She's like trying to teach them how to do like normal life skills, like make eye contact and stuff. She's not like tutoring in school, but trying to teach them how to be a normal person, as horrible as that sounds. So anyway, she gets home last night. She's like quiet for a little bit. And finally she starts talking about what's bothering her. And there was this kid that like lost his shit. And he was like banging his head on a concrete wall and breaking everything around him. And they're not allowed to touch the kids, or at least they're pretty much not allowed to touch the kids at all, forcefully. So their protocol is you have to lock the kid, or not lock because that's illegal. You shut the door on this kid and hold it shut so he can't get out and hurt somebody else. And while she's telling me this horribly traumatic story, she starts talking about how he was eating McDonald's earlier and he had 4 chicken nuggets and a cheeseburger with a Dr. Pepper, and how he was wearing like a blue Captain America shirt. And while she's telling the story, all of a sudden we have like a 5-minute detour of her just explaining all these random ass details that had absolutely nothing to do with this wild story. I bring all that up just because what you saying just a second ago reminded me of last night. We just went on this big old tangent about things that didn't pertain at all to this wild event.
I was going to say some individuals who are exceptionally good at communicating communicating captivating stories, often elaborate on details, and versus I can understand the quote unquote teaching of life skills or common, I guess a better way to phrase it is the teaching of common societal mechanisms for engaging with others. I don't really have. It's not that easy because of the anxiety associated and how the anxiety induced associated with many people on the spectrum. Anyhow, in my circumstance, I really don't have much sympathy or empathy, and I have had to learn coping mechanisms for how to be a considerate member of society due to that. And thus, to many individuals, particularly those on the spectrum, yes, that's not an issue for me at all. My issue is I have never had the ability to sympathize or empathize because it's I really don't feel that emotion. Yeah, eye contact's never been an issue. It's predominantly having had to learn the necessary mechanisms to be a considerate and thoughtful member of society and adhere to societal norms regarding the process of sympathizing and empathizing, because that's a pretty integral component to being a respectful and thoughtful human being. I've had to learn that. My mechanism for addressing it is I listen very well, and I assist friends or family with rationalizing what's occurring. But it's really as simple as if you don't sympathize or empathize with others, I don't feign my emotion. I simply listen, and that's more important than really anything else. Is listening to others, particularly those you care about. And not understanding, but simply listening to them. I would often make remarks, which
could be considered not really empathetic.
Yeah,
That would be my problem. Or I'd be like super cold when that is not what the situation required.
For let's say you have a close friend come to you and say, such and such died. And I don't articulate this. My immediate thought is shit, tough luck. That's part of life. I really don't have any emotional, it doesn't induce any emotional response from me at all. It's okay, shit, part of life, sorry. Oh, I'm not sorry. It's unfortunate. And therefore what you do to appear as if you're concerned or want to help is listen to them vent. You don't have to express your condolences because you're feigning it. You're not being genuine. If I would not be genuine if I'm expressing my condolences, but I'll listen to them. Well, Peter, I don't establish emotional connections with really anyone. I rationalize a decision, and an hour or two later, I'm emotionally indifferent to people. If I realize they're not conducive to achieving eudaimonia or what I want, I no longer, I couldn't care less what occurs. They're immediately removed from my life, and future outcomes, the contribution they make, that's predominantly the issue with the minimal sympathy and empathy is I can emotionally remove individuals exceedingly quickly. My parents are a bit of a different situation. They are the only two individuals where there's an actual emotional connection. Outside of my parents, no. And in all candor, I'm not concerned about that. The only fear I really have is dementia associated with my parents. That's probably my only concern. Well, no, it's because I actually care about them. They are the only two individuals where I really feel as if I care about them and can say I love them. I can't say that about really anyone else. And so a person you actually care about and you walk into a room and they don't even recognize you, they don't know who you are, that would be exceedingly tough to parse. And granted, yeah, I'm well aware it's medical related, but after decades of the excitement to see you, this and that, and then one day you walk into a room and say, "Oh, who are you?" So, fuck. Whoa. That would hit hard. It would be exceedingly discouraging. And yes, you accept it, but that's probably my only concern and fear is that. And there are mechanisms in place where what I prioritize is their well-being and happiness. Thus, if they appear to be happy and content with their day-to-day proceedings, that's fine. I'm actually would be satisfied with that. But in my will, my parents' will, we have contingencies on if similar circumstances occur, means to facilitate an end. As I already have that pretty much. I have that in concrete writing of if X occurs, then Y will be done. Well, that's one way to phrase it.
It's good that you're talking about it. I think most people don't talk about it.
Most people don't, unfortunately, most individuals don't really acknowledge their shortcomings. And this is probably my...
Is this an actual medical condition, or is it just you're more just self-aware?
I've had MRIs done to confirm that my neural activity is completely different regarding emotion. But I'm also self-aware to the extent of I acknowledge that this is an issue for me, and I always need to proceed with caution because I can really hurt people that care about me due to this. Because I'm not emotionally attached and they are. It places me in a position of power, and I don't like that.
I mean, I really don't give a shit about people either. So I don't know. Am I in a spectrum?
But the main difference is the ability to have sympathy and empathy and have emotion evoked or adduced given certain circumstances. I don't have any of that at all.
So if you watch a really sad movie, you're just like, eh.
Unless it pertains to parents developing dementia, yeah. It just doesn't do anything. It's for individuals on the spectrum that's predominantly the anxiety associated with being acknowledged. It's predicated on such, is being acknowledged that you are present is often anxiety inducing. Wait, hold on. No, I'm referring to the literature of why individuals who I don't have an issue looking anyone in the eye at all. I'm referring to those that actually who are on the spectrum that struggle with such. It's an issue with being acknowledged in a present space. So that's not anything to do with sympathy or empathy, but that's the actual what is stated in the literature as to the why. I'll be back in one moment.
Jazzer, the only psychopathic thing would be me thinking that I could short this market. That's the only psychopathic thing there is in this room.
Did you notice that they were walking a wall down to push the price, and then you just keep on buying?
Yeah, it's just fucking mad. I had a good short at 1450, and that went all the way down to like 4,000 something. My dumbass didn't cover it, which, you know, it's not part of the plan, so I'm okay with it. It came all the way against me. I mean, I made like a very small win off of it because at that point I was just like, well, fuck, it's gonna break the high of the day. This is right when the news came out, but yeah, the only psychopathic thing is my ass doing what I just did. Hey, Red Pie. Harvey. Bet you guys $10 Risky's jacking off right now to his own charts. He's looking at his P&L and jacking off. Bet you guys.
$10. I don't know if I can afford that. Those are deep pockets.
He's edging, and then like 38 hits.
Feathers and shit. So what? You tried to short it again here at the?
No, I haven't
here?
shorted. I took. I think today I'm minus 2.5 hours or something.
Yeah.
So
where did you go short here at the top?
Or
you didn't?
No. I haven't traded for a while, but so I shorted.
Something.
No, I shorted at 1450. Came back against me. At that time already, I was down like 1 R or 1.5 R. And then when it got up to 1550 area, I know it's not a repelling area. I was just watching a price action there. It took 1-2 stabs there, and I was like, it's not going to go. So I'm not going to force it and let it go. That's all. I'm not going to force something that isn't there. NQ's ripping for the most part. Bonds on the upside. I don't know if we're going to do a rug pull, but it doesn't look like it. I was actually telling Specs pre-market, I was like, or before the news came out, I was like, hey, this doesn't look like a good rip, like this buying prior to the number This is very interesting. And I was like, I feel like we're gonna break low today, and we did. I just didn't take it off. I thought we were gonna go much lower. Hope you guys had a better training than I did. I'm gonna take that as a no. I had a good week or profitable week, I should just say. So I'm happy about that, but gave back quite a bit today. Yeah, good week, but bad day for me as well. Well, actually, no, the week was okay. It wasn't great. Profitable. That's what matters, right?
I'll be back in 20, 30 minutes, and then I'm going to ride at 1, but I had to crush a few Rice Krispies.
Dude, numbers.
Yeah.
We were talking about Rice Krispies like fucking in depth yesterday or whenever.
Yep.
My ass went out to the fucking market to buy Rice Krispies today. Like to make my own. I'm not making my own marshmallows like you do, but fuck.
If recommendation to keep the calories on the lower end of the spectrum, don't use any fat. You shouldn't need to use any fat. Simply melted marshmallows and Rice Krispies. They'll be a bit tougher to mix, but for pre-workout fuel, they're quite good. And second, they're very voluminous, size-wise.
Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. Let me Google that. Let me Google voluminous. And don't say to volume. Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. I just never. Okay. Got it. Yeah. All right.
How do I illuminate my sugar?
To be filled with balls. Are balls or vols, B-man? Are vols? You're talking about our balls, right? Okay, got it.
Why do you want to reduce? Well, granted, the only added sugar I have in my diet on a daily basis is before I ride. Oh, this isn't that much climbing.
Mm. Right.
They're very easy to digest as well, which makes them a good pre-ride snack.
I don't know. I just haven't had it for like 8 years. Wait, how are you gonna mix it without butter? You mean just like forcefully?
Well, you need to melt the marshmallows, but yeah.
How about a little bit olive oil? This tastes weird.
In all candor, I would purchase them from as is rather than make your own. It's a lot easier. In all candor, the homemade versions, the majority of calories come from the incorporation of butter or fat. That's, as I'm looking at it right now, let's say a basic homemade recipe, and then I need to hop off for a few minutes. 6 tablespoons of unsalted butter, 16-ounce bag of marshmallows. So that would be 600 calories from the butter. The marshmallows, I want to say because a good portion of it is air. Let me look. 26 pieces, 10, 160. 240. Yeah, so if you were making them from home, it's an additional, it increases the calories by about 40% making them from home if you're incorporating butter, as opposed to only, let's say, eating regular Rice Krispies, which are almost entirely, quote unquote, which are, it's straight carbs versus the introduction of fats, and that makes it far more calorie dense and quote unquote palatable. It makes it a more palatable food, easier to eat more of it versus a standard Rice Krispie where it's only carbohydrates with sugar and puffed rice.
Right.
As usually after 3 Rice Krispies, which is 240 calories, I don't want any more. It's okay. The texture was good. It's good pre-ride fuel, and then I'll have a banana or two. But if you start adding fat into it, oh, you can just pound them.
But you realize it tastes so good, right?
Uh,
I mean, that's the purpose.
I'll be back on in probably 30 minutes. I need to hop on another call. No, I would rather drink my caffeine.
If you guys want to talk about anything, we can talk about it. Otherwise, I'm probably just going to do some back testing. There's nothing to be had, especially on a Friday like this. All right. I'll talk to you guys later then. There, guys. Have a good day. I'm here, so just PM me if you have any questions. Again, hope you guys had better luck than I did today. Mine is, let's just call it 3R. Yeah, I wouldn't click the mouse if I were you guys. I'll try to get back on later on today. I'll probably go get some tea, actually.
Do you
What's up?
do you flip sentiment? Like, I wanted to ask you that.
Yeah, I do. So, well, we can review today if you want what I was seeing and what I saw afterwards and what I put in my notes. Like, go to. All right, let's do this. Let it load. All right, so let's go to a 2-minute. And then let's just get rid, let's rename this to something else so I don't erase my other stuff. Blah, blah. All right, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay. And I'm just gonna base it on what I see, right? So okay. So what I'm seeing is pre-market. I'm looking at clear easy session came, and actually what I was hoping for was, I was not short at this time when London session came in. I'm just walking I'm just walking you through everything I was seeing, and feel free to discuss together if you want. I was actually not bearish at all. I was quite bullish, expecting to hit our numbers today that we hit. But I thought that we're going to pull back to, again, 78. So as we're climbing up, I did take like one or two break evens within this area. Mainly right here was a break even. I believe right here was another break even. And then the point is, I was actually bullish on this day. Now, I just thought that we're going to come in and test at 78. So your question about switching sentiment was actually once it got up to within, like, we actually stopped almost to the dime at 1075 pre-market. That's when I was a little bit starting to switch my sentiment. But and I'm gonna be completely honest with you, I think I was too stuck in my mind about that 78 number, where even when I took a short at 1450, which is amazing short at that time, right when the news hit and we came all the way down to this part, I had binoculars on where I was completely just looking at 95.50, which is yesterday's high. 95.25, sorry. And the 78 number. I didn't even think that where we were was actually where I called out. Like, if you guys look at the chat, I was like, hey, watch this. This is 50% of the gap. I didn't realize that, oh shit, we did go retest that 50% of the gap. Now, I'm not saying I would have taken it all off here, but I most definitely could have taken off additional size after I mitigated and then, flip long possibly, right? So I think once we couldn't at this point get lower into below that 50% mark and hold, you should be flipping sentiment to a long side. Does that you kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, I was already bullish though. It was just more so testing it. So if you look at the pre-market plan, oh shit, I deleted it. I copied it over. How do I do this? No, I deleted it. I'll fix it later. But yeah, so I think for me, it's more so, watching the texture of the market. Again, I wasn't really flipping bearish or bullish. I was already bullish. So if you look at a lot of and I guess I'll just redraw it in right now, but this was calling for, this action right here, right? That was roughly about my number one. And then number two was more so up, down. I think it was here. I'll look at the thing later. But for the most part, it is bullish. But I didn't think we're going to break out this, this massive, this high. I'm very happy that we finally took off that 29. So, I think that you should have, when, for me personally, you're flipping your bias, at 10:05 Eastern Standard Time. That's when you should be flipping your bias, in my opinion. I don't know if you agree or disagree, but
Yeah, when it retested that demand level, yeah.
yeah, and it just shot straight up from that point on. So it's, to me, it's sorry guys, I'm going to redo this. To me, it's very much like, okay, well, we're kind of, we kind of have to do that, right? Like, you can't force the market to do anything. So at that point, it's like, okay, well, we're short bias then. Or sorry, long bias, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Is that what you mean? Or I hope I answered your question.
No, well, I noticed some days you flip very fast on your sentiment and you catch like the moves very well, even if it's not at your levels.
Mm-hmm.
And then some days you just like don't flip sentiment a lot, and then like you say it, like, I hear you verbally say it, but then you don't like take it.
Oh yeah, it's called being stupid. I'm just being honest. Like, I want to be really, really. That looks about right, right? Fuck, this number 2 is not. It's finally drawn correctly. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's 60-25 right there. Back up, down, up. Okay. For me, it's it's one of my downfalls. I'm gonna be, again, I just want to be completely open and truthful to you guys. And that's why I'll call out when I'm down, or if I'm frustrated, I'll take breaks. So if you notice today, I took multiple breaks. Why? Well, one, I was like making tacos for the wife, or Mexican food for the wife. But secondly, it was like I was frustrated because I knew what I was doing. I knew my head was so enamored by that 78 level and trying to will it, that I wasn't willing to switch sentiments. Now, let's just say I had a clear head. I wouldn't have switched here, as in I would get long. No, I would have covered some shorts and just see what happens. Because truthfully, I don't think I would just be like, oh shit, we didn't do this, so I'm gonna flip. No, I would have just covered something and just leave a little bit on and see if it can get to that 78 and be happy if it does. If it doesn't, be done with the day, because I'm not buying in this area. I'm not gonna buy up here, right? I not only do I think we're overextended, I'm not gonna buy up here. You know what I'm saying? Like, sorry, right here. At that 1550 level, when we test it from the upside, I'm just not gonna buy it. I'm going to only buy it, if it pulls back deep enough. So it depends, like, and that's a danger sometimes for me personally. Like, if I zero in on a level, and even though it's not even a major level, it's just a level that I've seen happen time and time and time and time again, that we're going to hit that level, I'm going to keep on trying to trade to that level. And that's one of my biggest downfalls as far as a trader. Now, let's just say it's good and bad at the same time, because most people, when they identify a level, they'll sometimes forget it. It's a weird thing. I've seen it happen. People just forget levels. So let's just say next week we open and I'm so like focused on that 78. If it pops up to like here and I see it do some kind of reversal, I might take a short right here, and then I'm going to take a huge win down to 78, like 100-point win. And does it make up for it today? No, because I should be able to flip. So for me, that's something I personally need to work on. And if you guys see it, call it out. Just be like, yo, Zero, I think you're too focused on that level. Even though I've been, I was saying there's multiple stops. There's like 95.25, which is the high of yesterday that you need to watch out for, and there's also like, I think it was like 84 something that you need to watch out for. So there's actually multiple levels that were stopping it, because that yesterday's high is, if you play those are levels that prevent you. It actually repels price, right? It doesn't want you to come back into yesterday's value, so it repels price. And I should have taken notice of that. So yeah, I fucked up. I don't know. I don't even know if I'm even talking about what you're wanting me to talk about. Yeah.
No, I get what you mean, and I noticed a lot too. Like some people have like crazy good levels, right? But then like their bias or how they view the day should play out, even like, for example, if it's like fundamental or technical, they get so stuck on it, and that, like, just like you, like when I trade my friends, we like verbally call out what we see. They'll call it out like verbally, and then they'll just not act on it.
Yeah. I was talking to Specs Red Pie about this, and he's like, I'm not gonna say what he did or did not do this week. I don't know why he sends it to me personally, but he does. Mainly because I've known him forever, but his bias was correct each and every single day, and I don't know about his levels, but he didn't do well this week, and it's because of trade location. Like, you could be long biased here, but what if you got long at 10:50 early in the morning and it comes back and stops you out, right? And then you try to get long some other time, let's just say at like 15:50 or something, or higher, or 20 something, it stops you out. You could have got long multiple times and still lost. So that's why I've what I told him was, bias is one thing, but trading it's another. If you don't trade at a correct level, and this is a separate issue than me, right? We all have issues. If you don't trade at the right level to the right side, to me, you're gonna fail. Or if you're like me, you have the right idea, and in my opinion, the right levels, and you still don't, and you can still lose, because you could be zeroed in on a level that you think the market should go to, and it doesn't. So the market kind of gives you, for me, new information every single bar, and you got to be light-footed. So oftentimes, like a day like yesterday, I did well because I wasn't set on anything. Right? I got in, I wasn't set on anything like, oh, it has to come here. Like, even though I was aiming for, what level was that? I think I was aiming for like 71 or something like that. Or I was aiming for 61, and it never got there. And I took it off at 52 and a half or something like that. Because at that time, you're clear-minded, for me. And it's like, oh, okay, well, we're kind of stuck here. I'm happy with the gains, and I took it off, and it was a good win. Or say, I believe, Wednesday as well. I wasn't in a position. I wasn't doing anything. I knew it was a two-way trade. So then it was just finding locations. So again, I wasn't zeroed in on any certain level to fuck me up. And I've noticed that, and it's really cool that you caught it, because it's something that I know I do, and it's something that I don't necessarily help myself with at the same time, right? Like, I know I do it, and it's cool that I'm talking you and myself through it. So oftentimes, if I don't see a level that I'm like really like falling in love with, then it helps a lot. I don't fucking know. I kind of rambling now, but yeah, I don't know.
No, I get what you mean. It's just, I don't know, like I noticed that when like certain Like I haven't been in this room for that long, but I noticed like certain people have certain styles, like they have like certain like how should like things that plague them.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think some of it, like I've always said, people in my other room, and I think even some people in this room, I think per contract basis, per time in a trade, I think make more money than I do on my levels that I give them. I have a friend that only trades my levels. He only trades price action, and he does very well intraday. But he can also flip. So just because it goes to a level, let's just say to like for today, like 1075, he's not going to short it. He's still going to watch the price action. And as a matter of fact, he shorted at 1550, where I got in at 1450. He shorted at 1550 or close to, he shorted that level, he said, and he brought it down to the low of the day. And to me, it's like, why didn't I do that? So he made more money just off that one trade, despite, my losing day, just that one trade is like, wow, he did well. Now, he didn't flip long or anything, but he's done for the day. At least that's what he said. But yeah, I mean, it's just about, I don't know, flipping it correctly.
In a way, I think like your first trade of the day, you have to be super selective. I don't know about you, but I know for me, like if it's the first trade of the day and I take an L, I'm
It
just
hurts.
like it throws off like the rest of my trading.
Yeah. Oh no. Fuck. 100%. It's a great point. Red Pot. Like, I think sometimes taking a small winner first, the first time helps a lot because you're no longer, well, at least for me, and I agree with you on this, right? And it could be for a different reason, right? Your reason could be just feeling good that, you're at least you have a buffer. I think a lot of people would agree with that. Is that why you like, not like, but who doesn't like having a winning day, a winning first trade? But like, what's your reason? Let's put it that way.
When I have like a winning trade overnight or like pre-market, in my mind I'll constantly think I'm playing with
House money.
with house money, so I'm more relaxed.
Okay.
And then it sets the tone. It's like, oh, okay, today I'm good at reading the market.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah, it definitely could be. For me, it's so let's just, again, if my first trade is usually, I don't really take that many trades actually. Like, so if I have a good trade, I'm usually sitting on it 3/4 of the day. And I mean 3/4 of the day, not the session. So for me, it's like if it works out. So even if, let's just say I took a short, and instead of aiming for 78, I was actually aiming for middle of the gap, right? And it gets there. I'm done. Like, I may or may not flip long. I don't know. But the point is, I'm not fixated on that level anymore. I'm not fixated on the market coming back down to that level. Like, so you're absolutely right. Just slightly different reasoning is what I'm trying to get at. If let's just say pre-market we went down to that 78 level and I got out of a short and I only made 5 points, let's just say, I probably would have been long. And assuming it did the same shit, I'd probably been long. In 2 trades, that's it, done. So for me, it's more so of wanting that, and it's cool. It's really cool that you're bringing that up because I'm gonna write the shit down and stick it somewhere so I remember it. So thanks for that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's scary to talk to people about like, hey, I noticed this or that, because some people take it like really personally, but like you're like super mature about it, so it's like I feel like I can say it.
No, dude, there's just a lot of you guys like guess what? I put stop being zeroed in, and I'm gonna put 0 as in bold, zeroed in.
Have a great
No, like
weekend,
a
everyone.
lot of you guys private message me, and I keep on telling you guys, talk to me in chat, because even though there's a lot of people that don't talk in chat, you guys actually ask really, really fucking good questions. It's just, I don't know if you guys are shy or I don't know what the hell's going on, but you guys
don't want to be zoned out, Zero. That's what's happening. They don't want to be singled out because they feel afraid that they might say something that's wrong. For everyone.
Who cares?
Yeah, but nobody wants to be in that position. That's the reason why. I just don't give a fuck. But not everyone is like that.
That's not true. I mean,
I don't really. Like, I take feedback from it, but people generally are that way. They don't wanna sound dumb, they don't wanna act dumb, so they don't ask dumb questions, hence they don't wait for everyone else. Or they try to ask it in private. This I'll take a look at it later, and reply. But right now I'm mentally fucking exhausted, and I haven't eaten anything since breakfast, so I'm a bit dead.
I don't know about all of you guys, but I can tell you guys that I don't think I'm probably, I don't know, the second dumbest person in this room.
No, you're not dumb by any means.
No, I
Yeah.
appreciate
No, I'm just.
Yeah.
I knew Harvey was gonna chime in on that. I purposely said second dumbest. Anyways, no, man, you guys shouldn't feel anything. Just ask questions. Like
I
Cosmo messaged me, Peter, Red Pie, Dave, Bell Series. I mean, you guys all messaged me. Just ask it here, because some of those questions were fucking amazing. And sometimes I don't even want to answer because it's so good. I was like, dude, I want to let everyone else know. And I'm not saying that I have the right answer. It's just more of a good discussion. Like, it's fucking amazing what you asked, Red Pie. Like, to me, it's like, fuck. I did think that if it shows on your end, and maybe it doesn't show that I'm zeroing in on a level, but that I didn't switch bias correctly, and then it makes me think, like, why didn't I? Oh yeah, because I was being stupid. I was so, zeroed in on that 78 level. It's like, oh, okay, well, let's do something about it. If it shows on your end, it screams, So, thanks, Red Pie. Thanks for calling me out, asshole.
Yeah, nah. Your R's are getting too low. We need higher R's.
Yesterday's R was really good.
Oh.
I don't know what it was though.
Nah,
it's
the only
just
thing that matters is just sticking to your trading strategy. It works. Have a good time while doing it, and fuck all the haters.
nah. It's just like you mean well, right? But like trading is so personal because it's hours and hours of almost pure self-study, right? So when you talk to someone about it, you have to like be careful how you approach people.
Who, me?
Not just you, but like for me, that's like a rule of thumb for everyone. Because like if someone says like, "Oh, this is my edge," right, and then I look at them like, "Well, what about this?" And then it doesn't work out here and here, and then stuff like that. Like not yours one, but like I've seen other strats, and like I'll just ask them to like do journal and stuff like that, or like do other stuff, and it might hurt their strategy and whatnot. People take it like really personally and they get offended.
It doesn't hurt their strategy; it hurts their feelings.
Well, that's part of the strategy, I feel like
feelings.
I feel like if you trade and you think you can win, you have to honestly be like a bit psychotic because you have to think you can beat the odds of like 90% of people like fail and whatnot.
I agree.
You just have to be, not psychotic. You just have to be like, think you're better than other people. It's not like believe in yourself. Like whatever. Like if you have some degree to predict where the market is going, and you believe that you know it better than most people, where the turning points are, then you have an edge. Hence, you are better than other people. It's not like then if it's consistently better than everyone, that's a different story. Like that's the truth. Like I don't think Jim's what's his name? Like Jim Simmons, I think it's his name is. Said
Yeah.
when they proved their system to work, that he's like, no, I'm shit at this. Like that's probably not what they're thinking. They just haven't statistically proven that they're better than other people by predicting where it is. So, I mean, in this case, this is emotional for traders because it's not purely mechanical, while their system is purely mechanical.
No, so that case, I'm glad you brought that up because that's really interesting. Jim Simmons or Simons.
Yeah.
We're talking about the one with the special fund that fired off their clans, right? The Medallion Fund.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is actually like he spoke about this too, and he wrote about it in his book. They built out the algo and the system, right? And it has a disgusting like win rate.
It's like 60. It's like 60% profit per year, like percentage wise.
But the thing is, he himself, knowing this full well, still goes into the office and calls into the office and says, "I don't like this trade. We should take it off." He himself admits that he does that. Yeah. That he fights his own system because he doubts his system sometimes. But he's like fully aware with all the data that's like, no, this is a good system and it's proven here, and here. It's been back tested, stuff like that. So I think it's just like a human thing. Like you can't like it comes from him. This is his progeny in a sense, but he still doubts it, you know?
I mean, haven't you heard the thing about like there's a general conclusion about the people who don't have like self-discipline when it comes, like they're smart, but they overthink things. Like I think like one of the main reasons why like John doesn't let his trades like go fully to where it is because he overanalyzes shit and like he cuts it because of that reason. It's just a practical example of that. And it's one of those things where if you're smart, you know where you're wrong, and you try to figure out a million ways where you're wrong. That's just the nature of things. If you're smart, you try to figure out where you're wrong all the time, and try to like same thing like numbers did. Try and find a million and one ways that your system doesn't work. Like try and really like, but he does it in a systematic approach, where other people let their emotions take hold and they cut it even though they should have held it. So that's like a application there. But yeah, it goes to show. Like even the people who runs like the most profitable thing like over 20 years has that problem, even though they have systems which are very, very, very well built. And they trade with serious capital.
Yeah. So yeah, I just want to say like, yeah, just if I mention anything, like it's just meant with like kindness. It's not like shitting on your system or anyone's system in here.
I mean, that's how it should be. Like,
I don't even. So I really didn't understand the later question.
The later statement?
No, by Red Pie, like you were saying that. Fuck, I don't even remember.
I mean, like I said that the whole thing about like people generally is they need to have the mentality that they believe that they know they're right in there, and they have a definition of where they know they're wrong. Like if you skip the overthinking, then like most people have a tendency to, once they're in a winner, to overthink it because they're in profits. And they want to be green always. That's just the nature of things. Like you never want to lose. You never want to be wrong.
So, no, I understand that. I was wondering what he was saying.
Like he was just explaining from the Jim Simmons thing. I was explaining it because like he's running a system that like technically when they know it, they know that well the system. It shouldn't matter if they take a couple losses on the chin, and he still calls in and checks because it's the human nature of wondering if the system actually works, and he's getting worried that it won't work. Certain trades, like they have a crazy high win rate, but they still have losses. Like they definitely do, but they have a gargantuan amount of their expected value from their trades is fucking gargantuan.
I see.
So they trade like it's like I don't even know what they trade. They trade different asymmetries in the market. That's what I understood from like someone explaining it, because I'm too basic for that shit. Way too basic. Anyway, I'm Zero. Have you been drinking now?
No, I haven't drank for a couple of days.
You sound tired as hell.
I am very tired actually.
I feel the same, but I haven't eaten anything since like 9 o'clock, and it's not even 9. 7:30 is when I ate the last time. It's fucking 6:43 here. No, I'm gonna go fix myself some dinner and then eat and then go to bed. Have a great weekend, everyone, and take care of yourselves. And if you've had a bad day, remember there's always Monday. The market is always still here. So don't try and fight it back if you had a bad day.
All right, man. Later.
Have a good one.
You can talk about it now, Red Pie.
Yeah, like I noticed that a lot. Like there's a lot of people that are like really solid traders. They have the right levels, but like the fixation like breaks their own system in a sense.
Yeah. Fixation with being right or fixation with doubting their system?
Both. I've seen it where people get to the point where like I'll ask them like, do you want to be right or do you want to make money? Like to that point, like because that's what the market has, right? You can't just say like, well, I identify as profitable and you become profitable, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think a lot of people struggle with the whole right versus money thing. I certainly do, or did, or still do sometimes. You know, all these like internal. Right, Peter. I agree. All these internal issues we all have with, they all will always creep back in. Right. So being fixated on that level that I have at 78 is essentially the same thing, right? Essentially what you're trying to say is I was more concerned about being right than flipping my bias to being wrong, which is perfectly fine. Fine in a sense of your thoughts of what happened today with me. I think it's perfectly fine. I think that again, everybody with personal issues, no matter what it is, how small, how big, or how different, it's always going to creep back into you. You know what I'm saying? Like it's always going to come back. For instance, for instance, greed. A lot of people would think that they should or can make thousands and thousands of dollars. Let's just say 5,000 per day. Or if you're doing a combine, you're trying to pass it all in one fell swoop. Regardless of consistency rules. The truth is, there's only within your system 1 or 2 trades per day to make you money. Outside of that, you're done. There's just really is not going to offer you many trades. Yesterday was 1 trade, today was 1 trade, and there was nothing to be had otherwise. you could still make money to the downside, but it's very small and short lived, right? So to me, it's like that greediness causes you to actually lose money. So you could have traded to the upside. So let's just say you did. Let's just say 4,000. So you caught it up and it went up to whatever, 21.75, and then you just, oh, this has to come down, and you're trying to make more money. You're being greedy, and you could try to keep on shorting it till you lose everything plus more. And the point is, everyone's demons, and I've always said this, trading will exploit all demons that you have internally. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think it's just going to creep back in no matter what. Even if you've been profitable, kicking ass, taking names for months, one day it's going to creep in and it's going to fuck you. And that's just the truth. I've seen it happen. It's happened to me. I've seen people do it, and I'm pulling my hair out. Like, why do you keep on doing this? But that's his personal demon, and he's going to have to handle it for the rest of his life. And there's nothing I can do about it, and I can't really do much about my own personal demons, except for meditation, and along with other things. Like this note that I just wrote. So yeah, I mean, I still doubt my system at times as well. Sometimes, like I'll sit here and be like, well, fuck, is it really gonna turn here? I'm getting all the signals. I still doubt it. Like it's too good to be true sometimes. Yeah.
No, that's good to hear. Like reading the Jim Simmons book, or like watching Trader Tom trade, and seeing him get clapped too. Like I don't know, like watching like experienced players in the market and seeing them like, I don't know, it makes you think like you always have to be vigilant and like be aware of it like creeping in kind of thing.
Do they share their losses? Because I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
Trader Tom trades live, and then he gets like, sometimes he gets like clapped like crazy. He's like, I'm entering here. Stopped out again, and then he'll do like an end of day report of sorts, and he uploads the recordings too. I think he still does.
Because I often find like I often find that most of these mentors, I'm not saying he's a furu, but they only talk about winners. Forget about like the hindsight shit and the pre-recorded stuff. Even the live ones, they only highlight their winners, and to me, it's like it kind of sucks. Like that's not true. I want to highlight both. I want you guys to.
Hi.
I want like everyone to be like, yeah, Zero took a bad, had a bad day, or what? Like, I want you guys to know that I had a bad day. I have no problems with that. Or if I lose like a little bit, I'll let you guys know. If I win a little bit, I'll let you guys know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to sell you guys a course or some shit like 99% winner.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's what I mean. But like, I really like people who give like all their records, or like they're more transparent with their trades. Because it's easy to learn from wins, but it's also like really good to learn from losses. Because if this could like affect a person of like that has years and years of experience on you, then it's more likely like a more important lesson to learn.
Yep. I used to show my P&L, but it's something that I talked to a couple other friends. Like, it's just not worth it. The headache that comes from like showing people my P&L was just too much for me to bear. Like, even if it was positive or negative, like it was just too much annoyance, in my opinion. Just FYI, guys, if you guys are wondering. like even like I have multiple accounts running, and even one day someone in here who is always in here, by the way, he's not in here right now, but he's like, hey, what is that? I was like, what do you mean? He goes, that's a much larger number than your normal one. I'm like, yeah, this is my regular account. And I realized, like, fuck, man, it's like there's just too much shit going on. And I'd rather have you guys focus on the charts because that's what matters. Who cares? Like, I don't want you guys to focus on the number, right? Like, he was focusing on the number. Like, why is that more than 2-3 digits? You know what I'm saying? Like, wins or losses doesn't matter, right? Why is that more than 2-3 digits? Like, instead of focusing on like, oh, where did you get in? Why did you get in? It was more like, oh, you have a good day or bad day or whatever. And wow, that's a big number. It's like, who cares about the number, man? Right? My number has nothing to do with you. My number could be a lot smaller than yours, or it could be a lot larger. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's why I took it off. Anyways, yeah, I try to highlight what I did wrong or right or whatever, but it's sometimes usually like in the levels chatter or in private. I'll walk through certain trades with people, why I took it, why I didn't take it, or what went wrong. But yeah, anyways, you get it.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. And you're like super transparent about stuff.
Well, not super transparent. There are some things that I'm not transparent about, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, like no, didn't you like let people know like if they want that that levels thingy, they can just use it?
Yeah, the indicator. Yeah, I said that if you guys want to use it, you guys can just use it. There's no, I'm not hiding it from anyone. So, because it's not really, it's a good way for you to understand who's leading, who's not, and what the market has done, and so on and so forth. So, for me, or what's extended for the day. So right now we're extended for the day, but NQ hasn't been extended to the day, which is actually really scary because NQ has been leading, for the past couple of months, leading to upside. And then, you can base things off of that, right? So now, I mean, I might take a trade now, but the thing is, like, if ES is extended for the day and 50% of the time we fall back in, there's numbers of these, by the way, like actual back tested off of over 3,000 days. So you need to click on whatever. That we fall back in. Now, is it best to just take a short now? No, we should just wait until NQ also rejects, which has just got to daily +3. Now it's just looking about like, okay, well, we may or may not reject, right? But it's also with the time of the day. I don't really like to take a short at this time. I'd much rather have this like an hour later to take this short. But yeah, I try to be as transparent as possible. If you guys ask, like, sometimes when I enter a trade, I'm like, oh, I'm sure here. I don't say anything. It's because no one's asking. They're just two things. One, I don't want to just start mumbling things out for no reason. I'll just say it, and if you guys want to know, ask. And I don't mind. If for some reason, let's just say I'm busy in a trade or I'm concentrating, I'll just say I'll address that later. But if you guys don't ask, I'm just gonna assume you guys don't. You guys are either busy or whatnot, and it's fine.
It's not like we're not interested. It's just like,
yeah, you could just be busy with your
yeah,
absolutely. That's why I don't make a big deal out of it. It's like, oh, if you guys want to know, you'll ask. What the fuck is this? There it is. I need to clean up my charts. Big man. Cosmo, you there? Sorry, it's been we kind of went off tangent. Okay. So the reason why we're looking at bonds today versus say the dollar on normal days is because the bond is usually the safe haven. Would you agree on that? Like the bonds are usually safe haven. Dollar is also usually a safe haven as well. So the difference between a dollar and the bond, the 30-year, is that there's still a slight element of risk to the 30-year bond. So if the 30-year bond is going bid, and if all things, that is actually going bid in this market regime, and when I say this market regime, I do mean on a macro sense, not on like a lot of people use the word regime in my opinion differently and slightly incorrect. They'll say regime as in, oh, this is a downtrend market, this is an uptrend market, this is a sideways market. When I say regime, I mean sector macroeconomics regime, meaning you're selling tech, buying healthcare, you risk off on risk assets, those type of regime, like global economics regime. So in this regime, if bonds are going bid, that gives more leeway. And it's like, okay, well, if we're buying bonds, which is a risk asset, let's pour some into something a little bit more risky, such as indices. You get what I'm saying? So that's why for today specifically, we were not looking at the dollar as something. Now you can still use it as a confirmation, but ultimately you're still looking at the bond to see how far it can go up, especially if today we're already overextended. You want to see what it can accomplish. I don't know if you see that green flag there. I'll even show you even on my alerts. Right here, this one right here, and this one right here. They're all signifying and telling me, purely based on price action, that the bonds are reversing to the upside. So having said that, I should be more bullish, right? Which I was. Again, being my shortcomings were, already addressed. But if bonds and 10-year bonds are both going bid, all other risky assets will get some sprinkling of money into it, some sprinkling of capital flow into it. You get that? Okay. So that's why and if you look at the dollar index on a daily, right? This is the daily. We've just done nothing but chop. So given that, we're not really too concerned about the dollar, because unless it breaks higher or lower, it's not that big of a deal. Whereas the bond just broke yesterday's high. Boom, right there. Right? So that's actually like somewhat a good reversal signal. Some people might say that's a good reversal signal, but I don't really look at that. I'm just looking at it from a macro standpoint. It's like, okay, well, we're going to bid. This is a bid on scenario for me, right? And then you look at it from a pair perspective. We're also going bid. We went bid yesterday, yes. We stalled. We went bid yesterday. That's why a lot of it. This is part of the reason why I was bullish yesterday. I just didn't know we're going to go that high. And then today, we're still risk on. We haven't been able to fall back down. I don't think we're going to get a risk off scenario until like midweek next week. But that's why I was looking at. That's why I said to look at the bonds instead of the dollar index today. I want to be specific about that. Capital flow is tricky, but if you can identify it, you can make really good decisions as far as market direction. Market direction is only a small part of it. Another part is your own personal demons and trade location and levels. But at least you have, let's just say, 1/4 or maybe even 1/3 of the of it out, right? Out of the way. Um, it, it is a fundamental approach to the market. Um, Harvey found something good, but it's up to Harvey to share. Uh, it, Harvey, is it cool if I share your resource? Although I must say that they have garnered hate online. I know they're selling something, but you can actually watch some of that. Harvey, you there?
Yeah, just give me a second.
Yeah. I mean, it's public information, but Harvey found it. I watched some of it. It's interesting. I can't say that it's amazing, but it's a good start to start watching different markets. But I think the best way to train yourself, Cosmo, is really just start watching global markets and different assets. I mean, if you really want to learn about capital flow, it's about watching FX, metals, energy, indices, obviously. Even the names, meaning when I say names, I mean, like Tesla and stuff like that. Those also provide capital flow information as well. Because sometimes, let's just say, ES is like in a ranging period. It's better to trade the names than it is to trade the indices.
Are you talking about the YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's whatever. Like, I got lots more of that. That's fine. It's whatever. If anybody was looking, they would have found it. How about that?
Well,
So,
do you want to
know what I mean?
share it, or if you don't?
Haven't shared it yet. I don't think it. Whatever. I think if they wanted to find it, they could find it. As I did.
Okay.
So if you
But
all
you
want to
don't-
learn something about whatever he was just talking about,
Yeah, but you don't. They can't just type in capital flow.
no, you didn't say that word once.
Yeah.
In that spiel that you just put out. So these guys are pretty smart guys, man. Just like the guy Chat GPT'd a whole bunch of shit last night, which was within 3 clicks he had tons of information. Posted it in the ES chat. It was more of a reflection of a different style of YouTube that can be built. That's what I was trying to show you with it.
Okay.
There's other guys I didn't even show to you that have way more subs. That was the other point of that too. That style produces this amount of subs in X amount of time. The guy's been around since 2007 or something. He's only got
Yeah,
14
they don't
videos.
get a lot of subs. I understand.
That's all I
that.
was trying to prove to you with that, right? Like,
Okay.
you can watch
I also-
it if you want. It would be helpful for somebody like you because you take interest in that. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it was
People
just,
don't.
That's another style on how the growth is.
Right.
Just
You're
the
essentially
fact-
saying people don't care about it, right?
Oh, I already told you that 100 times.
Okay.
If they do, hang around and they'll figure it out and they'll find it. They'll find it. I'm surprised. I bet you Red Pie watches it already, or not. He seems to want to. Peter. Peter seemed to be kicking around. Cosmo seems a little young. Sue. I was busy. Came in trying to pick up whatever you can. Maybe I'm just having an off day.
Um. Yeah, there's people are just people who just trade ES. They're just trading shapes. They're not trading. Forget the word capital flow. They're just not trading with a broad enough sense of why things are moving. Right. For someone to say, "Oh yeah, this is moving because it went to this area and that area and this level and that level," and blah blah blah. It's like, okay, but you could have easily been wrong, like, and horribly wrong, and you're justifying it afterwards, and you got it right this time maybe. But it's better, and Capital Flow offers you the ability to be like, I should be long and long only right now. You know, I'm not going to say who it was, but someone, you know, was saying that, you know, they're only short. Well, okay, well, my thing was, cool, be short. This was yesterday. And I was like, cool, be short. But I'm long, and Capital Flow is saying long. And there's nothing else to it. Like, until Capital Flow tells me otherwise, I'm long. And I just want to lean long. You know, as long as, like, it's as if there's a magic ball that says, hey, we're long. And then they did that job for you. It's like, okay, well, now let me find areas to get long. Instead of saying, which area is it going? Let me find areas to get long. Let me find levels to get long. Let me find a reasonable and smart area to get long. You know, that's what I'm trying to just, you know, Capital Flow doesn't tell you when to enter. It tells you when to exit, not when to enter.
Well, it's really just a bias, right?
Yeah, it's not even like a daily bias.
It's like
You
a
know,
filter.
so-
Should I be longing the dips or shorting the pumps?
right. But it's also in a much larger time frame. So even if I were to say, hey, we're going down or up or whatever, well, we could have 4 down days before we go up. We could have 4 up days before we go down. Right? But it's about saying, okay, well, where is the most likely area that it's going to go in that direction? And let me play that direction. Now, if you're an intraday trader, it still behooves you to know capital flows. Like, okay, well, I know overall I can't hold this, and I'm not taking a crazy move in the opposite direction. But if I am, going the same direction as capital flow, so let's just say capital flow is short. If I'm taking a short, I know I can hold it for more than 5, 10, 15 points. And that one day that you hold it for 20 something points, or like today you held it for 40 points, let's just say.
I nailed that one today. It was sick.
Yeah. And that essentially is, easily more than what? 10 opposite trades, assuming you can even get 80% of them moved down. That's more than that, right? So what's the purpose of fighting the upper trend? So see it like this way. I talked to Cosmo about this. See it this way. Everyone says, follow the trend on the higher time frame, have your trade idea on the middle time frame, and then execute on the lower time frame. Well, instead of a higher time frame chart, you're using capital flow. In the middle time frame, you have your setup, and then you execute on a smaller time frame. Whatever time frame that is, it's just 1, 2, and 3. So instead of higher time frame, weekly, monthly, quarterly, annual, whatever, you're just using capital flow. That's just the way I see it.
What are you using to look at capital flows? What
Everything.
metric?
Euro bonds, indices, currencies, metals, the names, everything.
What do you think is the most useful out of all those?
Probably, to me, the bonds and the currencies. As of now, everything is about that right now.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Jesus Christ, nat gas is just fucking going crazy right now.
Yeah, I think they had news this morning.
Did they? Did inventory or?
One of the systems that got shut down came back online, and they're pumping like max right now, like full capacity or something.
Oh shit. All right, I'm gonna take a half an hour break, or maybe actually 45-minute break, and I'll be back top of the hour. I might take a short, if it hasn't gone already. But I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you guys in a bit.